morning, everyone. Hey, Jinx. This is your faithful Amanda Splatts, the Amanda Splatts Project. I'll be totally 100% honest, man. My head's somewhere else right now. I'll fucking be honest, man. I don't know if anyone has seen my Twitter, but last night at work, they dropped on me that they're going to be changing my schedule. I'd gotten in the groove of streaming on Wednesdays and Sundays for like over a year now. So I don't know what that's going to be looking like going forward. I don't want to reflect on that too long, though. I don't want to get pissy on that too long, because we're here to start something new, man. We're here to start something cool. But I will be... yeah, it is. Thanks, James. But I will be bringing it up on the wrap-up show this Friday. Hopefully I'll know more by then. But the QRD, before we get to the actual story and the actual writing today, is that next week, I'm probably not going to be able to stream, except on Sunday. Most basic of explanations. I've been around the company long enough that I'm the only one who knows how to use the old tech. And they're trying to get a whole bunch of people who never got to learn the new tech up to speed. And while they're getting up to speed, I have to use the old... It's a fucking thing. I'll just bring it up on the wrap-up show. So it's going to be at noon on Friday. But today it's something I'm a little scared, but I'm also kind of enthusiastic about. You know, when I set up, the way I got my system set up, on my right, I have the chat and OBS. I always have OBS up, but I always get paranoid about the audio levels. Because, early in my streaming quote-unquote career, the audio was dog shit, so I keep watching that obsessively. And on the left is just what you see before you. A big, blank, open office document. Because fuck paying for Microsoft Office ever again. Ever. No. I'm old enough to remember when it was free, man. So I use Open Office, and it's kind of intimidating seeing that big blank space in front of me. But as I'm sure y'all will know, as soon as I do get going, I can't lose track of time. So let me go ahead and pull up a picture of our new protagonist. Now, obviously, Amanda is not leaving the story just yet. Hell, the story starts with her meeting Amanda. This particular picture of LPA, it's interesting because 99% of the pictures I do, the AI art that I do, it's... well, that's not cool. That's not cool. Is done in Bing Create, GPT 4.0. This is actually came out through, I believe, Grok, I think it was. Let's go ahead and put it so we can see her she's watching over my shoulder, making sure I don't fuck anything up. I don't think we ever settled on her voice, did we? We're gonna start settling on her voice. Put it to the margin so you can see the whole thing. A lot more thought goes into the layout of these streams, the look of these streams, even though I totally understand these are listening streams. You're not gonna most of last time, the one on my birthday, I did do AI art of the Rattlers. No, it was the birthday was the one where we created LPA. The previous one, I listened to the last chapter. That's something I like to do. Before, like, right before I do one of these streams, I like to listen to the last chapter. So I listened to the one, it was Dreamer in the Ditch, the one where Amanda quote unquote dies. So I can get a little continuity. I didn't think voice was ever considered during the stream. Well, I do like to read everything out at the end. So, like, anyone who misses the stream or anyone who may have heard of me through other means, if they're not interested in the creative process, they can just, like, fast forward to the story itself. That's what I always like to take a break at the end. And then just read through the whole thing. Not just because of that, not only because of that, but also because I just like having that continuity. Going over everything one last time, because you notice, like, I don't write the way a lot of normal people do. Like, don't take this as an educational thing. Like, this is probably not how to write. I just fucking go. I just get these characters in my head, shake them up, and let them do things. Your stream majesty, one of which sat on the voice. Oh, yeah. Oh, she's probably got a very powerful voice, like maybe a bit of a Latin accent, a little Spanish accent. I'll see what I feel. I'll see what I feel when I come to her. Because I remember the voices of the Rattlers, especially Mithril. So what I'm going to do is a little new experiment in writing, and I've been thinking about this for the last couple weeks during long, boring stretches at work. Hello, hey, good morning, Plantera. Thanks for stopping by. I noticed you stopping by the Cuphead streams. This obviously is going to be a little different. This is the main type of stuff that I do. I am a creative writer, and I write a story called the Mahavre Project. It's about Mahavre, this autonomous desert region of the southwestern United States, where the sands are tainted by eldritch blood, where the roads are non-Euclidean. It's all fucked up. Horrible fucked up. And Amanda is the protagonist, but Amanda got the shit kicked out of her recently by a group of anarchists called the Rattlers. So Amanda's gonna kind of sort of be out of commission for a little bit. So next couple of chapters are gonna focus on a character named Leona Perdido-Armstrong, whom Jinx helped me create during my birthday stream. I wanted to try something different called the 3-act structure. Classic narrative about chapters in 3 acts. Of course, Amanda's the protagonist, right? I wouldn't say protagonist because she's actually kind of passive. Like, it's kind of about the people around her. The people in her periphery, like the story's really about them. She hasn't been much of a protagonist as of late, and I kind of want to fix that too. But yeah, definitely check out my creative writing streams. Like, I haven't had a chance to organize all my videos. I should probably do that today. But or maybe next week while I've got this forced fucking time away. But yeah, look at me in my creative, especially when Amanda met Sand Ruby. You know what? I think I'm gonna go ahead and just post a couple of links before I get started while my brain's waking up. All that I had a blue monster this morning. So here's the Twitter post for those of you who are Twitter inclined about the cast of the side story. And for the new ones, let me go ahead and pull up a couple of the pertinent story chapters you can check out later. Gotta be careful I don't have the because Brave automatically has the timestamp for some reason. Because I didn't realize, I think I might have gotten some new... I think I might have gotten some new viewers. For my Cuphead streams. Is that where you from, Plantera, the Cuphead streams? So yeah, those are probably two of the most pertinent ones. Occasionally, though, I will write my fellow FlaVR compatriots in as well. But we're trying something a little different. We are trying a new protagonist, this fiery, jacked, bounty huntress, Leona Perdido-Armstrong. A little Spanish guitar going in the background. Y'all can hear the BGM. I can't. This is something for y'all to listen to. And I did post a link of including her old partner. We didn't actually create her old partner. We just indicated that it's going to be based on the Fool. But yeah, basically what the 3-act structure is by looking up Wikipedia. That's why I sound semi-indulgent. 3-act structure model used in narrative fiction divides a story into 3 acts, often the setup, confrontation, and resolution. As the story moves along, the plot usually progresses in ways to pose a major dramatic question. Now, I have a major dramatic question in mind, but the question is that question going to change, and how's it going to evolve over the course of the story? Like, even on the days where I have a full story written and the stream's just getting it out of my head. Fuck, hold on. That was my work alarm. I figured it's just easier to set it for every single day. Gonna have to change it. Fuck. The first act is usually used for exposition, establishing the main characters, relationships, etc. Then a dynamic on-screen incident occurs. The inciting incident or catalyst that confronts the main protagonist, who's gonna be Leona. Oh, Amanda is going to be in the story, but Leona's going to try to be the main focus. And whose attempts to deal with this lead to a second and more dramatic situation known as the first plot point. So, I think the inciting incident is going to be Leona saving Amanda from dying out there. Because we've already established that Amanda's dying out there, like she was after the beatdown from the Rattlers, from the Magician specifically, and almost getting killed by Sheriff Mithril, the Justice. Amanda's like starting to break apart, because what Amanda is, she is a roadkill. But I still go back to what the brilliant Zosimus Tarkus put it as: everything dies that leaves a mark, and Amanda is a collection of the marks that was left on that road. Why am I putting my headphones on? I can't hear shit. Y'all hear the BGM. It's not. Well, there's a way on OBS to hear it on my end as well, but no, that's for y'all's. I got the fan going. I got my little mini fridge. I'm happy. So where we are is Sheriff Mithril is in hot pursuit, quote unquote, or feigning being in hot pursuit. You know, let's go. Let's look at some of this on paper. Let's do this on paper. That's Sheriff. In short, a spirit animal amalgamation of everything that died on the road turned to a single human person. Exactly. Roadkill still. The original, like I said, this character, like, even though there was a character made in the Dead Sea Scrolls, essentially, where some people, like, I took, like, this is 95% original, but I did want to take the concept of Roadkill still and make it original. Your hands feel, I'm 6'6", man. I'm 6'6". Everything's gonna be awkward. Nothing's gonna fit. Given the justice and name only, it's like the police sirens are just lying after one bit of paperwork for Merrill back at the station. Yeah, so she made a. That was how Amanda saved her own life. She got a call from the court because she was supposed to be doing jury duty that day. And she turned on the camera. And the camera caught her bloody, beaten up body. And Sheriff Mithril suddenly had to shift gears. It's dry and hot because it's the fucking desert, my dude. Fiction. Because, yeah, that's how it ended. The last, it's just like someone was coming out of the church, and now we know that someone was Leona. I just keep spelling non-Euclidean wrong. I've used it long enough. EAN, not IAN, EAN, non-Euclidean. Because it's easy. Because there was a war long ago against a bunch of eldritch things that had taken over in the absence of the gods, and now all of Mahavre is tainted with eldritch blood. The roads are it's too easy to get lost, and it's just everything sucks. Everything sucks, and everything is bullshit. And yet Amanda stays here. I hope to kind of flesh that out a little bit more as well in a future story. Did we ever establish how tall Leona was? Like, she's jacked, but I didn't want her to be too incredibly tall. For some reason, I thought of Taz. The professional wrestler Taz back in the day. Like, he's short, but he's built like a fucking brick house. Aggro, aggressive, absolute bet. Not the goofy, silly guy he is these days doing commentary for AEW. Not back when he was a badass, back in like the early mid '90s ECW. I kind of thought that might be a bit of an inspiration for Leona. You know, beat me if you can, survive if I'll let you. The smallest church in Mahavre. Tall but not tower. Yeah, not Amanda's 6'6". Yeah, the smallest church in Mahavre. A little reference to Disco Elysium. I haven't had a chance to play Disco Elysium again. I know I said I was gonna do it a second playthrough, because I missed a lot of the side stuff. Because I accidentally triggered the end game too early. Because I had shivers. I was playing a full physical build and I got shivers way up. And that let me get into the phone building early and started the end game early. Like, I surprised myself when I ended up being stuck in the tribunal. So I haven't had a chance to play it again. You know, when I originally thought about the car, the red and black wood paneled convertible, I didn't think there were wood panel convertibles. Then I looked it up, and they did make one back in the day. I got the tab open. I don't have a Malone level amount of tabs. If I had as many tabs as Malone did, my computer would fucking blow up. Yeah, Chrysler's LeBaron Town and Country convertible. From slashgear.com. Chrysler didn't keep the Town and Country name reserved for the station wagon minivans. From 1983 to 1986, the automaker made a LeBaron Town and Country convertible with wood grain panels running nearly the car's entire length. And some wide plastic trim pieces. Oh my god, it looks like shit. It looks like shit, but it's amazing. So yeah, wood paneled. Because it has to be a convertible. Because you're in the desert and it's gonna be hot as shit. Yeah, Sheriff Mithril, the justice in name only, flicked her police sirens on just long enough to warrant a bit of paperwork before remembering holding everything back at the station. That blistering sun started to tear apart and further the decomposition of one Amanda Splatts. As a police car disappeared down one of those non-Euclidean roads, a stocky wall of muscle stormed out of the smallest church in Mahavre, assessing the situation carefully, as it kept her alive in the past. It was unmistakable, that red and black wood panel Town and Country. That was her car. See, Amanda brought it up in a previous chapter that she'd found somebody's body, somebody's corpse next to the car, and her family was so overjoyed by her finding them and so they could have some closure that they gave her the car. Only now we're gonna find that it may not have been theirs to give, because that body was Leona's old partner. In fact, let's start talking about the. I didn't flesh out cassette. I don't think I fleshed out cassette Possesco. Pull up a picture of her. Cool. I know the couple of plot points I want to hit. And I don't mind going long today. Got a collab with Malone today, but that's not till 4. Because that's her old partner, Cassette Pizzesco. I don't know how small to make this. There we go. That's one of the great things about doing these writing streams. Like, I'm not chonking out the computer playing a game or something. I can actually look shit up while I'm writing. That was her car. Possesco, I believe it's like Italian for fool. But cassette, obviously, it's a reference to Les Miserables. Don't make sure I got it spelled right. Not only did I post that link about like all the stuff with the Rattlers, for y'all's reference, it's for my reference too. I introduced a lot of characters I probably shouldn't have. Like, I don't think there was any need to introduce the Hermit or the Chariot or anything. Like, the only ones that are really important are Justice, Moon, Hanged Man, and Magician. But they're all gonna have their roles. They're all gonna have their roles. Isn't this the proper term on retainer? Where the government will just pay her to be on call? Double check that. According to Reddit, what does it mean when someone says they have a lawyer on retainer? It generally means they're trying to make you think they're important. That's a good one. Kevin from the blog, that's a good one. But now, yeah, being on retainer is professional, such as a lawyer, consultant, or agency, paid in advance to guarantee availability for future work. Yeah, that's what. I think that's why that's going to be the main reason why we haven't heard from Leona until now. Because she's had it okay with government contracts being on retainer. But a few months ago, the government pulled out of Mahavre. That's why Juliet showed her quote-unquote face. Now the government is pulled out and everything is fucking lawless and got a bit of a power play going on in the old courthouse. Oh yeah, Polaroid's a brand name. That's what happens with stuff like Kleenex and Polaroid and stuff. Like, they become so ubiquitous. Like, when you think of a soft drink, you call it a Coke, even though it's not Coca-Cola. And they get dangerously close to, like, losing the brand name. Because it's just something that, it just kind of means anything of that genre. Like, that's why Nintendo was getting pissy about people calling their system a Nintendo. Because if every video game console is a Nintendo, they might lose the name rights to the name Nintendo. So they insisted everyone called it a Nintendo Entertainment System or a Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Also, one important plot point I forgot: Amanda doesn't have her gun. Amanda doesn't have her Desert Eagle, the one that puts massive holes in things. She left because she's supposed to be out doing jury duty. It was unmistakable. That red and black wood panel town and country. That was her car. Technically, it belonged to the late Cassette Possesco, but she wasn't going to need it, taken as she was by the Eldritch Sands. And the two of them had shared everything from their bounty hunting outfits to several contracts with the military, which had all fizzled out when the government pulled out of the autonomous region months ago. The hulking bounty huntress. I love that term, bounty huntress. I think I'm going to start using that for her. She's the bounty huntress. Was no longer on retainer, so it was time to go back into business for herself. Leona sighed, reaching out for her chain wallet and pulling out a well-worn Polaroid of herself and a young, frail woman with the gentle smile of a simple fool. She sighed, pocketing the memory again as she cautiously made her way to her old car, gripping her serrated hunting knife. Well, Cassette, she thought to herself. At least I found Rondo. 'Cause you know she's the type of person who would name her car. When are we gonna do a flashback? Get a little bit more on Leona, so she's gonna be the protagonist. I've been trying to think of what the incident is going to be where she might have said that she's going to be at the old courthouse. I know what kind of formal wear she wears. I just want to make sure I got the name of it right. I'll have to do a gen of it. It'll be hilarious to see her. Yeah, what was it? The type of the suit they had. A soiree suit. Oh my god. Is that the... No, that might be just the name of the in-game itself. Oh no, so they're not all good. It's just a suit, a pastel suit. She's wearing an old 80s. Because I thought it'd be the old Mahavre chic, where you got Amanda and all of them wear the suits, and you got like beaded curtains and shit. I'm trying to work more on the world building and like the look of Mahavre, and I was like, it's shabby as fuck, but they're trying. They're trying not to be horribly shabby. I wonder, is she old enough that she was part of the war? Because Bun Bun is old. Like, even though she looks like an adorable little lagomorph with the bunny ears and everything, Bun Bun is old. Like, she's a grandma. I wonder how, like, it was at least 15 years ago. The war was at least 15 years ago, maybe 20, maybe 30. Because it was about 15 years ago that Amanda Splatts first came to Mahavrain, and she's been wandering there for since then. So I don't think she's old enough to have actually been in the war. So we'll cut that out. She's not a veteran of the Eldritch War. Yeah, it was several years ago that one Leona Perdido-Armstrong, a very young woman built like a brick shithouse, stormed out of the old courthouse. There was no new courthouse, don't bother looking for one. Belching out a stream of curses. The young clerk at the front desk, a mousy young girl hid behind Coke bottle glasses and a foolish smile. I tried her best to calm the woman down. The smile was disarming, it's just they wouldn't let her carry anything more lethal than chewing gum. The smile was all she had. No, you don't fucking get it! Leona screamed, dressed to the nines in a white open suit with baby blue shirt, straight out of Miami Vice. Ever since the fucking military took over, it's been getting harder and harder to... Yeah, I think I'll settle for that. Kind of a Cheech Marin type of voice, like, with the accent, but not, like, so heavy that it's racist. I think, like, Cheech Marin's type of voice. That makes sense. Ever since the fucking military took over, it's getting harder and harder to get contracts these days. How am I supposed to live if you cut me off, huh? You gonna pay my bills? Yeah, I gotta get Mossberg in the store somehow. I'll hunt around, see if we got a picture of Mossberg in the orange and cream. But I don't think, like we'll talk about Mossberg later. Mossberg is like, she's the district attorney, or she was back then. Now she works for Amanda's company. Also, she is secretly the rot in Mahavre. She is, if she is not the source of the rot, the eldritch rot, then she's at least mastered it. They. How about they? I keep forgetting that. Mossberg's pronoun is they. Not to be politically correct or anything, but because Mossberg is actually a collective of eldritch. Eldritch filth. So there is like more than one of them in there. Manually. No, you don't fucking get it, Leona screamed, dressed to the nines in a wide open suit with baby blue shirt straight out of Miami Vice. Ever since the fucking military took over, it's been getting harder and harder to get contracts these days. How am I supposed to live if you cut me off, huh? You gonna pay my bills? Following out the ball with Latina Fury was a slender young woman in an orange creamsicle vest, the type of man whose aura usually did all the talking. Whoever this Leona was, she must have been important if the district attorney was following her out. We're not going to keep paying you for bringing us damaged goods, Jane Mustard Malcolm's calmly replied, their gaze unwavering. These people are innocent until proven guilty. Leona replied by angrily slamming her fist down on the receptionist's desk, eliciting a loud beep from the mouse cassette. The noise, as pure as it was, actually gave the raging Leona pause and forced her to manually take the temperature down a bit with a little heavy breathing. Your conviction rate is like, what, 99%, Miss District Attorney? It's MX District Attorney. And it's 99.2%. Leona's anger flared up again. Mossberg tended to do that to people. Yeah, Mossberg. Mossberg's a bitch. Did I ever name the war in Mojave? I don't think I ever officially named the war in Mojave. The war back in the day. When the Red Desert Army fought against the eldritch things in the darkness. The things in the nothingness. And eventually they were being overwhelmed, so they had to get the military. The American military had to step in. And after beating those things back, the military didn't leave, as they never do. War with those things. That sounds vague enough. Like the quote-unquote cult in those on the edge of town. The war with those things. They, them, those. Trying to keep it vague. Because I think that was one of the best things that Lovecraft did. Like, he kept a lot of shit vague. Because you knew in your head. The horrible shit in your head. That's going to be more terrified than anything he could write down. He did write abundant of Scrabble beings after all those are exactly. Like, what was the one? The Dunwich Horror, in which he had several people who were watching try to describe one of those things. And their descriptions are so fucked up that, like, you can't really believe any of them. Like, I don't think it's even possible to draw what they were describing. But, yeah, he just... Like, how do you describe a color like the color out of space? A color that just straight up does not exist. Color out of space, by the way, 100% the inspiration for Farmstead in Darkest Dungeon. And I do like it. I do like that they try to incorporate the color out of space. Because everything in Darkest Dungeon up to that point has been muted colors, blacks and reds. And then suddenly Farmstead is blue. So, like, you get this real feeling like they don't use blue. Or they hadn't used blue before in any serious capacity. So having that be the color out of space for Farmstead, that really does shake things up. I will be trying Farmstead again this Sunday. And I think now that my schedule is in flux, unfortunately, like a Farmstead run, a successful Farmstead run could take a while. I almost had one. Jinx was there last time a few weeks ago. I almost had one, but I got the worst fucking RNG during one of the phases, where every single enemy that came up was a level a two size enemy. Whether it was like the giant grave worm or the pig with the armor, etc. Like, I got no fucking sleep, no chill. No sleep, no food, no nothing, just maniacism. Yeah, I kind of like the contrast here too, since Sheriff Mithril is going to be the antagonist of this 3-act play. With Leona being fiery, feisty, no bullshit, and Mithril is quiet, manipulative, believes she can do no wrong, and actively tries to manipulate language for herself. Leona replied by angrily slamming her fist down on the receptionist's desk, listening aloud for the mouse and cassette. The noise, pure as it was, actually gave the raging Leona a pause and forced her to manually take the temperature down a bit with deliberate breathing. Your conviction is like, what, 99%, Miss District Attorney? It's MX District Attorney. It's 99.2%. Leona's anger flared up again. Moss pretended to do that to people. Yeah, you see how pissy you get when someone shortchanges you? I'm saying when the court sends me to grab someone, I'm putting my life on the fucking line. And now what? The military's been in the background here since the war with those things. And now they start clamping down like I'm the one who's on the... A loud clicking noise cut through the air in the courthouse, forcing all parties involved. The terrified cassette included, to turn their attention to a sickly, dead-eyed woman with raccoon-like bags under her eyes and a black cowboy hat. The woman, sheriff, is designated by the badge on that yellow snakeskin vest of hers. So yeah, she's been in the Rattlers for a while. Had her service revolver cocked and pointed directly at Leona's face. The dead eyes on the other side of that gun belied her intent. Leona instinctively put her hands behind her head. I'm unarmed, fuck ass! I don't care. Now that sounds like too much like Sandy. I don't care. Sheriff Mithwell flatly replied. Yeah, because remember, the 661 chapter, Mossberg took Mossberg took Amanda's Desert Eagle, tauntingly pointed it at her own head, said, "Yeah, you never keep this thing loaded," and then blew her own brains out accidentally. And then when Amanda passed out and woke up, she was still alive. I don't think I've hammered in that scene too much, but yeah, Mossberg being the rot, like normal conventional weaponry isn't gonna hurt them. What is a good technical term for being barred from a place? See, I don't use AI to do my writings, but I do like looking things up. Yeah, band may be a better. Something really douchebaggy. He held it for a few seconds longer than uncomfortable. I do want to go ahead and indicate that she and Leona have problems as well. Leona used to be a bounty hunter, like, directly for the courthouse, I guess, before she started taking some military contracts. And maybe, oh yeah, maybe that's how she got the in with the military. Maybe cassette. I got it. I got it. Perfect. They want to talk about Cosette a bit too, because Cosette is dead. And like I said, it was her body that Amanda found next to the car. I guess this would be the inciting incident. Leona getting her car back. Because as far as the 3-act structure goes, basically, like, she's main reason she's trying to get her car back is not only because of the memories, but because she's got a lot of shit hidden in those panels. So the inciting incident would be her getting her car back. And then there would be, we essentially end up getting to plot point number 1 towards the end, and I've got something in mind for that. Like, I walk a weird line when I do these streams where, like, I've already got a lot of the story in mind. Although I hadn't thought of this courthouse scene at all, this one just came to mind. Like, I want to explain what I'm thinking of, what's going through my head, but I also want to surprise y'all and keep the story entertaining for y'all. Make sure I got the spelling right again, because, like, I looked up names and Pazzesco, Pazzesco. I believe it's Italian for fool. And Cosette, of course, comes from Les Miserables, kind of painting her as, like, the tragic character she is. Because I was just going to say, like, we don't see her alive at all. I gotta stop doing that. Sometimes, like, there's a hair or something. Because I'm about as hairy as Amanda is. A hair gets on the screen. Because I got my fan going. And I go to take it off the screen and I forget that the laptop is a touch screen and I end up fucking up the screen and moving things around. I gotta stop fucking doing that. A loud clicking noise cut through the air in the courthouse, forcing all parties involved, the terrified Cosette included, to turn their attention to a sickly, dead-eyed woman with raccoon-like bags under her eyes and a black cowboy hat. The woman, sheriff, as designated by the badge on that yellow snakeskin vest of hers, had her service revolver cocked and pointed directly at Leona's face. The dead eyes on the other side of that gun belied her intent. Leona instinctively put her hands behind her head. "I'm unarmed, fuck-ass!" "I don't care. I don't care." Sheriff Methel flatly replied. MX Mossberg calmly walked between the sheriff and Leona with all the confidence of one who knew that getting their head blown off wasn't even I forget. On them. Was that getting their head blown off wasn't even going to leave a scratch on them. That won't be necessary, Sheriff. Leona's just leaving. Well, technical term was barred, but we'll revisit that when the money starts coming in again. Dismiss Miss Perdido-Armstrong with the court's blessing. Mossberg, turning heel and making way back to their office, left Leona to storm out of the old courthouse, her rage simmering back down to a dull, rolling anger. The justice kept her service revolver trained on Leona's face for a few uncomfortable seconds longer than she should have, before going back inside, tending to her own business. This left the mousy Cosette to scamper out to Leona, this hulking woman who both terrified and enthralled her. Cosette Pazesco, a young clerk of the court, had watched Leona for months now, hiding behind those Coke bottle glasses as she saw the hulking bounty huntress hauling the most dangerous of criminals, hearing her bellow out the most fascinating stories around the water cooler. Of course, she didn't need to be around the water cooler at the time. Leona's voice carried through most of the old courthouse, bragging about how the doors and/or bones she had to break to haul the latest poor schlep in. She was as passionate about justice as she was about life in general. In the end, that's what really drew the clerk to her. Like, I flirted with the idea of maybe making her, like, attracted to her, but, like, not in a relationship, like, romantic or anything, even though there are a lot of lesbians in Mahavri, like, a surprising amount of lesbians, like Amanda included. And I was like, more like a big sister, more like someone she could look up to, someone who has the kind of guts that she doesn't. And unfortunately, trying to follow in her path, well. Cosette, carefully following Leona out, handed the hulking woman a ham sandwich with an apologetic smile. Leona cautiously took the sandwich, inspecting it for pickles before cramming the entire thing in her mouth. She didn't know Cosette well, but in a place like Old Courthouse where corruption festered, mostly coming from the sheriff and her apparent aversion to work, she respected the busy little beehive around, making sure the trains ran on time, so to speak. I figured Leona wouldn't have, like, disliked Cosette. Like, she'd like, someone's actually fucking doing something there. Someone's actually putting some effort into the place, so she's happy with that. Considering that the cast cameos included is like 98% female, it's not surprised to have a lot of lesbians. Exactly. want to make sure this term isn't a slur. Oh, good, it's not a slur. Yeah, I figure Leona probably has some military in her background, but she's not happy with a lot of it. Like, she's not the type of person to follow rules. But she does have, like, I figure she does have the training. And she just has, like, she wasn't part of the, but she wasn't part of the war in Mojave all that time ago. Like, she was stationed somewhere else. Like, she probably doesn't spend a ton of time in Mojave. She's probably just here because she was able to get the contract with the courthouse. Cosette Pizesco, a young clerk of court, had watched Leona for months now, hiding behind those Coke bottle glasses, as she saw the hulking bounty huntress hauling the most dangerous of criminals, hearing her bellow out the most fascinating stories around the water cooler. Of course, she didn't need to be around the water cooler at the time. Leona's voice carried through most of the old courthouse, bragging about how the doors and/or bones she had to break to haul the latest port she let in. She was as passionate about justice as she was about life in general. In the end, that's what really drew the clerk to her. Cosette, carefully following Leona out, handed the hulking woman a ham sandwich with an apologetic smile. Leona cautiously took the sandwich, inspecting it for pickles before her. We'll save it quickly. It automatically saves, but I do like to save it, like important points. Cosette carefully found Leona out and handed the hulking woman a ham sandwich with an apologetic smile. Leona cautiously took the sandwich, inspecting it for pickles before cramming the entire thing into her mouth. She didn't know Cosette well herself, but in a place like Old Courthouse where corruption festered, mostly coming from the sheriff and her apparent aversion to work, she respected the little busy little bee hovering around, making sure the trains ran on time, so to speak. You know, she calmly spoke up, the military's not all bad. I mean, I'm sure they could use someone as big and strong as you to help clean up the city. The county. Cosette blushed a bit, almost immediately wishing she could rephrase that. Leon didn't seem to notice. Yeah, and how the fuck am I supposed to get my foot in the door? It's not like I know any of these fucking jarheads. I was stationed in Southeast Baton Rouge. I've always been fascinated by Louisiana. I've never been to Louisiana by myself. I've always fascinated, like, New Orleans and stuff. I'd kind of like to go there someday. Plus, there is also the ties to Louisiana in Lovecraft's work. Like, there are the swamp priests of Louisiana. Tied to the eldritch shit. I'll station in the Southeast, Baton Rouge. Who will I even talk to? Cosette, as she always did when she was the answer to a pressing question around the old courthouse, perked up with a warm smile. My husband! She chirped with a smile when they had Leona arching her eyebrow. So I've found the only other straight woman in Havre, she thought with a smirk. She may have been half right. The rest of they say is history. Leona and Cosette became a duo traveling Havre and taking down the worst scum of the county. And they did it in that tacky, rickety red and black wood panel town and country, top down, letting the eldritch winds blow through her fiery red mane. It was when the military pulled out and Leona lost yet another retainership that they amicably parted ways as Leona went back to Louisiana to press on old contacts for work as Cosette returned to the courthouse. It was news of Cosette's death that brought Leona back to Havre. See, that was gonna be the inciting incident, I guess, her finding the car. And there's gonna be, if the story goes like, I always have a plan for the story, but there's been more than one time where the plan that I had changed quite a bit. So I like to let the story go where it goes, but I think I know what the first big plot point is gonna be. Yeah, I was worried Jarhead was like a racial slur or something. No, it is a slang member of the United States Marine Corps. While it can be considered derogatory when used by civilians, it's widely embraced by Marines themselves as a term of pride and endearment. Oh my god, that's perfect. And Amanda drinks out of mason jars. During World War II, sailors reportedly used the term to describe the look of a Marine's head sticking out of the high collar of their dressed blue uniforms, resembling a mason jar. And Amanda drinks shit out of mason jars all the time. I actually do drink out of a mason jar, by the way. For those of you who may not be familiar, it's the author. I am the author behind Amanda Splatts. Even when I'm the author, I use Amanda's face and voice because she's the protagonist of the story. Um, but I do really use mason jars to drink. Because they have, the one I have, it's a 16-ounce one. It has little lines on the side of it that indicate like 1 cup, half cup, cup and a half, 2 cups. And that makes like measuring and doing drink mixes and stuff and portion control really easy. So there you go, maybe that's what they'll share. Because remember, how Amanda got the car is that she found Cosette's body in the desert. Like, I don't think we established what Amanda was doing that night. But we'll find. I'm not going to spoil that. We'll find that out. But yeah, I think that was actually. I think that kind of worked, that whole scene with the flashback to the courthouse with Leona wearing the Vice City jacket. Establishing Leona's character, what she used to do, her ties to Mavre. I think that works. I think, like, I like to show rather than tell, although I do have to do a lot of telling with all the lore and everything. I'm trying to get better at showing rather than telling. And I think that showed a lot. Got one Pepsi sitting in there. I'm scared. I'm gonna run out of Pepsis. Oh no. Let's say here. Because I think we're gonna cut back to the modern day. Like I said, I'm not cutting Amanda out of the story completely. But Leona's gonna be like the main focus. Amanda's still gonna be, from what I think. Like I said, I keep saying what I plan for the story, what I think of the story. There have been times where I come into a stream with the full idea for a story, how a chapter is gonna go, and I end up writing, and it just goes in a completely different direction, just completely gets away from me. That's why I have to watch these streams afterward. To remind myself where things went. It's as much of a ride for me as it is for you. Salute. Pepsi. Only my choice. That reminds me, I gotta work on WebP a little bit. We're expanding the rosters. I was thinking about something that Amanda and Leona might be able to bond over a little bit, like kind of once they get to know each other a bit. I thought maybe pro wrestling. She probably likes wrestling. She probably doesn't understand it on a deeper level. Like, she'd watch the guys throw each other around and kick each other's ass. Amanda is more interested in the story behind the story, because for those of you who don't know, yeah, it's been widely known for the last several years that, yeah, wrestling is scripted. I do not call it fake. I refuse to call it fake because people have died out there for real, but it is scripted. And Leona is what's known as the booker in World Extreme Battle Pro. She's the one who sets the script up. She's the one who has the pencil, as they say. I thought that'd make a little more sense than they just both like coffee. Like Amanda will start bringing up web. Maybe Leona's been in a couple of WebP shows. It's theater, exactly. It's very, very violent ballet. But you're not trying to hurt the other guy. You're trying to make it look like you're hurting the other guy. But the real legends, the real true superstars, the people that everyone admires in the business, make sure the other guy doesn't get hurt as much as possible. Okay, so we've gotten the flashback done. We've established what Leona used to do, how she met Cosette, and her ties to both justice and Mossberg. Because now in the modern day, Mossberg was taken down as district attorney for her ties to Julia Impastore, aka Sand Ruby, and they resigned before anything could stick to them, and now they work at Amanda's job in legal. So that might be another tie. So we're still at the church. That's where at modern day we are still at I think that's be a nice reference to Disco Elysium. I want to throw a couple references to Disco Elysium in my stuff now, just because that game had such an effect on me. Yeah, the smallest church in Mojave. That makes sense. Yeah, the karaoke bit, that's another thing I missed. Like, I got Gart his burb, but I never got the chance to sing. That was me fucking up and being stupid. I didn't think it'd be that easy to get into the phone building. I thought that you were locked into the end game when you got your gun back. No, you locked into the end game when you confront Ruby. Getting your gun back meeting the pigs is a completely different quest. And I could have gotten my gun back without. That's what I thought Everett was talking about. I thought Everett was talking about getting my gun back from Ruby. Ruby has a gun. Ruby does not have your gun. The pigs has your gun. I don't think we established what outfit Amanda had. Like I said, I listened to the last chapter, Dreamer in the Ditch. Before that, I don't think we established what Amanda, but she was going to the courthouse for jury duty. So I think like she's gonna probably be wearing the suit. If that's the case, I should probably put on the suit. Hold on. Go ahead and put on the suit. VTuber getting dressed on stream. There we go. It took too long to load. I opened up the dialog box again. There we go. Now I look like I've been there before. Resize it a little bit. There we go. A security procedure. And by security procedure, I mean tearing off the tab of this 24-pack, tearing off a strip of cardboard, and putting it over my webcam. Because I don't have the webcam going right now, obviously. Like, unless it's something where I'm taking up the full screen, like karaoke or the wrap-up show, I usually don't turn on the webcam. What you're seeing is V-Magic, I think it's V-Magic Mirror. Yeah, V-Magic Mirror. It has a thing where it will actually just make my head bob a little bit here and there whenever I talk. It tracks my mouth. It doesn't track my lips. It tracks through, like, the microphone. I am looking for low-powered solutions until I can afford a new computer. And that shit will not be anytime soon. I still gotta buy sledding game when it comes out. I ain't got a fucking cent to my name, buddy. I got 60 cents in my Steam account and everything's on sale. Holy shit. And I'm not asking for a cent though, man. I do this for fun. I do this for the love of the game. Now we gotta deal with the sensation she was feeling at the end, like feeling her body split. We all know Amanda's time is limited. I've said that. Even when Amanda's story is over, though, I want to continue streaming. There's a new persona. Or I flirted with the idea of just making Amanda exclusive to streams. And doing a story about something else once Amanda's time was over. I try to capitalize things to just clarify that I'm talking about the Eldritch. I got a couple Igloo products. Like, there are a few different companies that make that type of shit, but I prefer Igloo. They're a name you can trust, man. It's that hard plastic coolers and stuff. It's a name you can trust. I'm a fucking corporate chill. I don't know. This stream is not sponsored by Igloo, but it fucking should be. Well, it was news of Cassette's death that brought Leona back to Mojave. And finally find the cargo and hopefully bring some answers. The smallest church in Mojave. Though it once was larger. Sheltered the 6'6" tall, pale, bony, self-styled bitch as she was laying in one of the padded pews. Although she usually wore those Hawaiian shirts she'd gotten in bulk these days to stave off the desert heat. The day she was supposed to be serving jury duty, so she'd pulled her old Mojave chic suit out of the mothballs. And I think that's hilarious. Sand Ruby, as Julia Impastore, made the business suit all the chic for women. Because the previous persona of Sand Ruby's was the one who started the clothing company in the first place. So she's just been shilling her own products for the last couple hundred years. Supposedly couple hundred years. We don't know. Time is bent and broken in Mojave, and it didn't straighten out until around the time Amanda came to the desert, like 15 years ago or so. Her bony hand immediately went to her pockets, finding her wallet and the phone still on her. No. The small street Mojave, though it once was larger, shelled the 6'6" pale, bony, self-styled bitch as she laid in one of the padded pews, although she, whoever laid her down was smart enough to get the suit off her, leaving her yellow button up in a hard plastic cooler. The disparate pieces had drawn back together. Those marks on the side of the road had congealed back together. Mojave wasn't taking Amanda yet. Amanda set up with a shot, those desperate souls slamming back to one roadkill walking corpse and forcing her to sit up, then immediately lay back down, and she found out it gave her spine much more relief. Her bony hand immediately went to her pockets, finding her wallet and her phone still on her, her memory slowly coming back to her as those things were kept at bay. She didn't know where she was or when it was, as such pulled out her phone, checking the date and time. She had only spent a few hours on the razor's edge between here and the lurking darkness. This became more pertinent as she opened the igloo, seeing the bottles of water covered in a fresh scene of barely melted ice. Someone had saved her. Someone had just saved her. I want to look something up about them. Because remember, part of the thing was that Leona wants the car back is because she's got shit stashed in there. Now, she might have it, like, stashed in the false trunk. But I thought that those bullshit wood panels, what if that's where she stashed them? That's why this thing has the fucking gaudy bullshit wood panels. Because that's where she hides all her good shit. Is that... I seem to remember, didn't the dude from Blues Traveler get clipped for that or something? I don't know. You could bend the boot side. I do not approve, by the way. The Menace project does not approve all the animals apart from the crab, which is facing the top of the church ceiling. Hey, you do what you gotta do, man. The crab man. Oh, funny story. I'll quickly talk about Disco Bleeds since it came in. I knew how to get the quote-unquote best ending by saving Kim. I did not look up anything about the story. The only thing I looked up was how to get the best ending. That's why, even though I had a physical build, I gave myself authority as the main thing, because that's the one stat you need to save Kim. Authority. I did not know that there was like a good ending plus, bad ending plus, etc. And to get the good ending plus, so to speak, you have to do no alcohol and no drugs. I just like the way I wanted to play Harry. I wanted him to try to be getting his life together, try to get his shit back together. So I wasn't doing any drugs or any alcohol anyways. I accidentally looked into the good plus ending. That's motivations. Fact that a factory created open spaces or can be modified to hold values. Dashboard and fascias. Items can be tucked behind the fuse box or the steering wheel. Side panels of doors, rear quarter panels, sail panels, under seats and consoles, trunk and exterior. But there are legal restrictions. But you know, Mojave is an autonomous desert region. That doesn't follow any particular. That's partially why I made Mojave an autonomous desert region and still instead of revealing what state it's in. So I could just fuck around with the rules a little bit. So it doesn't apply to any particular state. It's a state of confusion. Officers may impound and dismantle the vehicle if suspicion arises. And tampering with panels can interfere with airbag deployment, electrical wiring, and structural integrity. Always ensure hidden items do not obstruct critical safety components or create rattling noises that draw attention. Oh, top 10 places drugs may be hidden in the car. Here are the 21 best places to hide money in your car. No, I do not approve of any of these things. She's a bounty hunter. She's just hiding the good shit in the car. More importantly, there's a specific thing she's hiding in her car. And that is going to be the thing that she's looking for in the car is going to be... Because the inciting incident, the catalyst that confronts the main character is getting her car back and meeting Amanda. And that leads to plot point 1, which is coming up. I got a chain wallet. It's nice. It's really nice. I used to get paranoid about losing my keys. Like, my keys would fall out of my pocket occasionally. And I get terrified of losing them. I don't have to worry about that anymore. Like I've chained my keys to my wallet and it's actually really useful. Like, I don't leave the apartment without them. So it actually really helps. Oh. Ooh. Hold on. Got a text. Work doesn't. I hope it's not work. Because like I said, they're changing my fucking schedule next week. I've also liked it. And just Mother Splat saying hi. She doesn't know I'm Amanda. She doesn't know she's Mother Splatts. But she does know that I have Wednesdays and Sundays off. So I'm just saying. No, I'll save that. I'll save that. Do I need to say it's a smartphone? I think all phones these days are smartphones. I had a burner phone for a while. That's all I could afford. And then set up with a shot. Those shot. Someone had saved her. Someone had just saved her. Outside the church, a sweating Leona rifled through the keys attached to her chain wallet and dug one in the appropriate slot in the side of those garishly tacky wood panels on the town and country. The panel slid open and Leona approved with a loud, "Jackpot, motherfucker!" rooting around and pulling out a standard issue Glock. Is Glock supposed to be capitalized? No, capitalized it, but not. Glock. Though Amanda's ridiculously powerful Desert Eagle was at home in her gun safe, she was unknowingly armed to the teeth. Of course, having sat in the car as long as it was, she'd have to get it clean before she could put her faith in it. So it joined the pile of guns, brass knuckles, knives accumulating in the backseat. The real answer, however, came when she hopped into the driver's side, reaching into the glove compartment, then reaching just a bit deeper, pulling out what looked like a small burner phone and a thumb drive. Leona closed her eyes, praying to whatever god that church was built to worship that the information was intact. Things like remote cameras and Mojave weren't always the most reliable. There are a lot of dead zones, particularly those strange white obelisks Amanda had found. So having a dashboard camera connected to physical media was a must. Now I'll finally know what happened to Cosette, Leona thought just as Amanda walked out the church. Originally, I thought Leona was going to find out what really happened due to Sheriff Mithril's dash cam. But I figured she'd probably be able to manipulate that or get rid of the records, etc. So I'm thinking she's probably got her own camera set up. Like, just to be safe. And we saw that the reception can, like Wi-Fi and stuff, can get cut off in certain areas of Mojave, especially with the non-Euclidean roads. So I thought that made sense. That logically made sense that she would have it attached to physical media. And now that she's not just got her weapons back, she now has her as a camera. She'll be able to find out what happened. And now she actually gets to confront Amanda. Yeah, they're fucking a la carte glasses. I'll go ahead and admit that. The black sunglasses with the perfectly round frames is fucking a la carte glasses. How tall was Taz? You don't get a picture of Taz to show you what I'm talking about when I'm talking about her build. Wow. Taz was 5'8", 173 centimeters, and 246 pounds, 112 kilograms. Dude was jacked. Let me see if I can get a good image for you. Dude was like, he was built like a brick shit house. When I was trying to think about, like, she's not hyper muscular like Alpha is, and there's probably like a layer of fat. Like, she's not built for like she's built for strength. Let me get a good picture of Taz for you. That's a good one. Put it in the downloads, that'll be a lot faster. Yeah, built like this. Taz during his glory days in ECW. I don't think Leona's gonna be 5'8", 246. Yeah, she's gonna be like she is built like a brick shit house, like this guy is. It's Taz. In fact, if she's 5'6", that'll actually make her a foot shorter than Leona or Amanda. So yeah, I think she'll be 5'6" and pretty well built. Elf versus dwarf dynamic. Exactly. Fucking exactly. That's perfect. I'm gonna be reintroducing that character if things go right. So I might take a moment to pull up another picture, remind you who she is. Your home bill is for... Ooh. Now I gotta pay my utility. Right. I'm trying to be a fucking roadkill on the internet. These real life distractions are starting to get me out of the fucking zone. Get back in. Now I finally know what uppercut set Leona thought just as Amanda walked out the church. Fuck are you doing to my car? Amanda screamed, slamming on her Alucard glasses as she cautiously stormed over, reaching for the Desert Eagle with a small of her back she knew wasn't there, purely out of instinct. This drew up Leona, who was in fact armed, as she pocketed the phone and thumb drive. Leona, who was in fact packing heat. I said in fact twice. Who was actually armed. As she pocketed the phone and the thumb drive. Leona, who was in fact packing heat, stared confidently at Amanda. The road woman was literally a foot taller than Leona, but probably weighed less than she did, the two a pair of stark contrasts. Fuck said this was your car, fuck ass! I don't know where I came up with fuck ass, but I think fuck ass is gonna be her word now. Leona shot back, staring up the androgynous roadkill. How'd you get your hands on my rondo anyway? Any fire Amanda may have had that wasn't already being consumed by the desert heat started to dissipate. So this woman, the car. I was walking home from visiting a sick family member. Amanda flinched a bit, figuring this was neither the time nor place to explain the existence of sand for me. And this car was abandoned by the side of the road. There was Amanda's sun-baked brain slowly started to put two and two together, and she stopped herself from using the word body. There was a woman lying on the side of the road next to it. All right. Yeah, I thought that would be a plot point. Like I was fucked up. Like I was looking over the last few chapters, and Sensoka during February's chapter, um, said that he did look over the car, but no, he just looked over the engine, because he's a mechanical genius. He would have, like, if he wasn't just looking over the engine, if he gave the whole car the once over, he would have found those wooden panels. I want to get this reference right. If I'm gonna make this stupid fucking reference, I gotta get the reference right. That's why I do like I'm able to run both the 3D and the look up shit, and it doesn't tank the stream. Leona reached for her chain wallet, locking the wood panel shut once again as she pulled out Cassette's well-worn picture. This woman? Amanda nodded. So this woman knew the woman with the car? Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss. Her family was so relieved they could give her a proper burial that they just gave me the car. Had a dwarven friend of mine give the engine a once-over. It's running fine. My name's Amanda Splatts. Leona. The hulking bronze woman barks back. That woman was my partner, Cassette. That's strange. Your family didn't mention you. Laying aside, crossing your powerful arms and hanging your head. I'm not surprised. They blame me for getting Cassette into bounty hunting in the first place. A bounty hunter? Amanda replied. Cool. I've been looking for a bounty hunter. We need that creep, that crocodilian out of second and third so he doesn't submerge. The silence hung in the air for a beat too long. Not a Darkest Dungeons, man? Amanda tentatively asked. Oh my god, now I'm gonna have to work at a quote from the ancestor in here somewhere. Yeah, I think I'm gonna introduce a couple characters. Or reintroduce, like, characters we already know. Great is the weapon that kills on its own. That's reference. Reference? That's something my father used, my pa used to say. That's a good one. Let's see if I can fit that in. Yeah, well. Technically, the car was in Cosette's name. So legally, it's yours. Legally. I'm gonna insist on taking my shit back as a thanks for saving you from boiling the fucking death out there. I need to get back in business, and I'm guessing I'm setting up old shop for. And I guess I'm setting up shop in Old Town for a while. See if I can get Cosette's office back. Amanda nodded. Old Town? I've got some business in Old Town. I work for Desert Salt LLC. I'll be staying there for a while. They want me to. What the fuck was that shit in my fucking car? Amanda suddenly crashed out, noticing the guns, brass knuckles, and knives sitting in the backseat. It's not your Leona started. Stop yourself, and she realized that, yes, this was her fucking car. I'll make sure I got this spelled right. I know I have her saying cabron in the yeah, it's a pendejo. It's supposed to be accented. Yeah, it was like you noticed the new model, the Hawaiian shirt, um, has bandages all over the wrists and the forearms, cause Amanda's had to use that Desert Eagle, and it is powerful enough that it'll fucking break her wrist. She had to use it back in February, the one where Jinx helped her. Like, Jinx, did we ever settle on a voice for you if you show up in the story again? Because I think since you're always giving help and assistance, I think I defaulted to having your voice be that guy from the 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 helpers from Disco Elysium, the voice in his head. Jam your thumb directly up your ass and form the Arch of Honors. I told someone to form the Arch of Honors recently. I don't think they got it. You did Leon voice. I kind of mimicked your random voice for comedy bits, so it really could be just whatever. I tend to see more nasal, high-pitched cartoony voice to be off from a scary-ass visage. I will go ahead, screenshot that, and keep that in mind. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I'm just pulling up the snipper. So, like, what, Skeletor? Or is that too extreme? Catch that blasted He-Man! But yeah, I like his stupid ass voice. Yeah, classic. One of the classics, man, definitely. I figured you'd drive a Jeep. Jeep is fucking tough. And it's open air, too. I want to get them back to the hotel. So I figure the way that the 3-act structure is supposed to go. Pull it up again so I get it right. Wikipedia. The first act is usually exposition to establish a main character, as we've done that. A dynamic on-screen incident occurs. That's the inciting incident, Amanda meeting Leona. That confronts the main character and attempts to deal with the incident later. Second, more dramatic situation, known as the first plot point, which signals the end of the first act, ensures life will never be the same again for the protagonist, and raises a dramatic question that will be answered at the climax. So obviously her finding that tape and realizing what really happened to Cassette, it's going to be the catalyst. I've been writing for 3 hours, though I haven't used the restroom. So BRB. I'm back. Probably gonna do a little bit less talking, a little bit more. Why did I put the fucking headphones on? I'll put the headphones on again. I'm not. Welcome back. Thank you. I don't have any audio coming out. I don't need to put the headphones on. I've just been having my fan going this whole time. It get fucking hot here, man. Already. It's finally that time of year. So I'm gonna be able to do a little bit less talking and a little bit more writing because I think now I know how I want to get from point A to point B. And I do apologize. I know that's not as entertaining, but I'll try to keep y'all in the loop. I got a collab at 4, and I don't expect this to go too horribly long because we've been doing. I've like got a full 5 pages already. And it's just been a few hours. And for anyone who can't stay for the whole thing. Anyone who may be here new, like Hope Plantera, who's here because of my Cuphead streams, I do read the whole story back at the end. Like, I'll take a BRB even if I don't have the piss for like 3 or 4 minutes, and then like we'll go ahead and recap the whole story. Because I do love the whole thing about how the roads are non-Euclidean and the landmarks keep shuffling. But there's got to be a way for people to conduct their daily business with that shit going on. So yeah, I figured that the government probably has an app that allows people to report what is where. You ever had someone who's like smokes, but they smoke like on top of the balcony or something? Like, get the fucking ash ever. Don't want to set a fire or some shit. I don't smoke. I mean, I know I got this voice, but I don't smoke. See if I can pull up the picture of the one I'm about to bring up. I need to better organize my shit. Like, I've got my AI generations pulled up in terms of months. But I only recently started doing that, so my first folder is just the first entire year. But me ashing cigs on my balcony, I have to clean. Yeah, it's... Some people just have no fucking respect, man, I swear. See what the C for B. Browsing quickly. I'm not gonna waste too much of y'all's time. It was a decent one. It's not the best one, but it's a decent one. I was gonna say it's a symbolic representation of the rot, but I think we can assume that. I think I spilled this out at the end of one of the recent chapters, but yeah, there's a reason we can't see Juliet's face. It's because it's a symbol of the rot that's in her. Leona nodded, gathering up her contraband and hiding it on the false floor in the trunk of her Jeep as the two simultaneously pulled out their phones, pulling up the Mojave Go app. With Radio Free Mojave no longer in service, the county government had to put together their own way for citizens to find their path. The roads of Mojave were non-Euclidean due to the war against the eldritch rot that infected every last grain of sand, and the location landmarks shuffled from time to time. Now the government had an app where a small, dedicated group of cartographers scanned the landscape every time the Mojave shuffled the deck to reveal what the landscape looked like now. Yeah, Mojave is a fucking roguelike. With this, Amanda was able to lead Leona back home to the Motel California. Shit, man, you got a pool? Leona asked as soon as the two had parked one small concrete pool from an otherwise decrepit motel. Tenants only, Amanda replied, with the practiced reply of someone with a practiced cadence. With the practiced cadence of someone who asked that every time someone found out her motel had a pool. You got any vacancies? I'm kind of living out of my Jeep right now. In reply, Amanda would have had died in her throat as soon as she saw the figure perched out of room 21. Outside room 21, cigarette in hand and bent over the railing, letting the burning ash fall a few stories. Decked out in orange and black, the black replacing the cream color they once wore. So you know them? A soft, gentle voice came from the pool area. Good. They said they remember a few jobs. Amanda turned her attention to the pool and the young, fit woman lounging on the steps in a camel bikini, her face completely hidden in shadow. Juliet Romero, former government glowy, had apparently stuck around once the military pulled out. Symbolic of the rot infecting her, she was on the front lines of the war against those things. Even if you looked directly at her face in the middle of the noonday sun, you could not see a thing. Hey, Jules, Amanda stated. Tenants only. I know, she calmly replied. After the military pulled out, I needed to find work. I heard this place needed a new head of security. There have been some incidents. Am I right? Yeah, because, like, remember one of the catalysts for this was someone spray, like one of the Rattlers spray painting anti-trans, like, and racist slurs all over some of the doors. They may or may not know Amanda lives here. So, I figured that would be a cool way not only to make the Motel California safe for Amanda again, but to put Jules in the story. Keep Jules in the story now that the military has left. So we'll be seeing a little, like, I don't picture her being a huge character, but we'll see a little bit more of Jules here and there. I keep mixing them up. Is it Hanged or Chariot that keeps saying all defensive shit? Yeah, it was Hanged Man. Chariot is the getaway driver. That's how you remember. Chariot's the driver. That's why I made him the Chariot. Hanged Man is the disgusting, revolting piece of shit with the sniper rifle. And yeah, it's not 100% said yet, but yeah, it is heavily implied that it is the Hanged Man. It is Hanged Man leaving the slurs. Chariot's the getaway driver. We don't know much about Chariot, and we don't know much about Hermit yet. In fact, Jinx, if you scroll all the way to the top, I actually, on Twitter, a couple nights ago, I made a whole thread with the Rattlers and the people in the Rattlers orbit. So if you like that as a reference, or anyone reading would like that as a reference, there you go. Juliet had been filling the slur spray, but several times stores and died with slash in the park. Liaison. That's one of the words I have problems with, liaison. I keep thinking it's like legion. Or lesion. Keep forgetting how to spell that. Liaison. Liaison. Yes, that makes sense. Liaison. Okay, so I don't know if this is gonna get me demonetized. Like, I don't make any money, but for some reason, the videos are something she'd say. Hey, Jules. Amanda stated. Tenants only. I know, she calmly replied. After the military pulled out, I needed to find work. I heard this place needed a new head of security. There have been some incidents, am I right? Amanda shuddered. Obviously, Juliet had been filled in on the slurs being spray painted on several tenants' doors and the tires being slashed in the parking lot. Leona, however, arched her brow in confusion, looking at Juliet cautiously. Damn, fuckface, I didn't know you had tits. A cluster of curse words all tried to escape Amanda's mouth at once and congealed into a loud, "The fuck?" Juliet just replied with a nasty chuckle. I was playing the role the government needed me to. They wanted a non-threatening femboy to cater to the mostly lesbian market here. I was whomever I needed to be to get my voice heard. Also, please die. Leona gave Juliet the finger, hastily turning to follow a man as the embarrassed roadkill. There's 2 R's in embarrassed. Embarrassed roadkill had bolted for her apartment. You don't get it, cabron, Leona explained. Fuckface over there was one of my liaisons back when I was on retainer for the feds. We know each other. I just didn't know he was a she. And why do you call her fuckface? Amanda asked. Because, Leona said with all the slow cadence of someone who's explaining something to a 5-year-old. Her face is fucked up. Understandable. Understandable. Have a great day. Exactly. I know that's a Shaq thing, but I'm also picturing Hajime reading it. Supposedly Hajime's coming back. Kinda, sorta. Like, you don't know with her. I hate to say it, but we don't know with her. But she finally put out a music video after being gone for, like, several months. Creepy shit. It's back into the Akai Hato versus Hachima thing. I would have put Hachima in Fire Pro, but I don't think anyone made her yet. Like, I think they made Akai Hato. I don't think they made Hachima yet. I'll have to double check. We're hiring some new members. We got a big roster thing coming next episode. And wait till you see where the May show takes place. Yeah, she really showed her tone with the coexisting start. Yeah. Problem is, she listened too much to the people. I think it felt like as a writer, I feel like she didn't know where she was going with it. I think maybe she didn't know where she wanted to go with it, where she wanted the end point to be. And so she just started listening to the fans. And the fans, just American fans mostly, just wanted more blood, gore, and death. So she put out the video where she ripped out her own big red heart. And then YouTube dinged her for suicidal. Now, fuck YouTube for that, by the way. Fuck YouTube. I think maybe YouTube didn't understand that Hachima and Akai Hato were symbolically supposed to be two characters. But they dinged her pretty hard for, like, suicidal ideation, I think, and then she was forced to, like, suddenly quit the whole arc. And then she tried doing a weird time travel thing, and then she dropped that, I think. It's kind of a shame, man. I mean, we got to see for a while what Hachima was like Unbound, but she flew a little bit too close to the sun. She didn't have... And that was actually a cautionary tale of what I'm writing, for what I'm writing. Is Chalmers didn't have, like, an ending in mind. Something to build towards. I try to have something, but, like, I think I know what the situation with the water is now. For example. It was actually a thing she did with the use of and based on fan art. Most she didn't have access to a lot of resources when she's studying in Australia. Pretty much vague improv by her. Yeah. It was weird. Like, she couldn't play a lot of video games. She couldn't play any video games. So it was a really smart thing for her to do. And I did take inspiration from her for the project. In how I can move forward, what I can do. with having a shitty laptop that can't play games and being a wagey that has a regular job. Like, I can't do a lot of the shit like people like Malone do. So what can I do? I can focus on the creativity. I can focus on the writing and things like that. Focus on the lore. Chambers was an inspiration. It's just she flew too close to the sun and got dinged pretty hard. I hope she's alright, man. I really hope Chambers is alright. I don't know if this is gonna stick or not, her staying around or not, but I hope she's okay either way. That reminds me, I gotta refill my Glade plugins. I got like two of them, one for the kitchen, one for the rest of the apartment. And like they do a little glowing thing where they're about to expire. They do that for like a week. And then the glowing stops and the smell stops. I think the glowing's about to stop. I'll check. Amanda hung her head, almost forgetting that the former district attorney in Mojave County was parked right outside her doorstep. Mossberg's eyebrow curled up, noticing Leona. But business came first. Mossberg, why are you here? Amanda asked with annoyance. Because you don't answer texts and calls from work on your day off, Mossberg replied. We're legally obligated to give you time off for jury duty. Now, I'm assuming you didn't get picked, so I need to talk to you about your new assignment in Old Town. Fucking hell! Amanda barked out, opening her apartment door for Leona. I try to keep my fucking work life and... there's a tablet by the bed. You can plug the drive into that. My fucking work life and home life separate. I tell you, I'm the best fucking middle management person you have when I'm on the clock, but... Leona herself slammed Amanda's apartment door shut, being confronted with the sight of a spare bedroom with 2 workstations and a monstrously large mattress that took up most of the studio apartment of the motel room, and the smell of fresh laundry coming from a plug on the wall outlet. She vaguely noticed the mic-arm mini fridge and Neo Geo Mini sitting on one of the workstations as she picked up the tablet and plugged the thumb drive with the camera feed. It's not quite James. It's not quite James putting in the VHS cassette in the hotel room at Silent Hill 2, but you know it's gonna be close. Months ago. Yeah, Amanda knows when it's not safe on the side of the road. She got the shit kicked out of her by a magician. Oh god, I put I dot 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 and it automatically fucking formatted it. Oh, there you go. Just clicks it on going. No, I don't want the bulletin number. I guess I don't do the I dot dot dot, whatever. Months ago, the night of. Like I said, I'm sorry, like when I really get into it, I stop talking and just start writing for a whole lot. I've got to go have a good one. Thank you, Jinx. Like, you know, like when it's all over, um, I do the recap so you can catch up. Months ago, the night of. The view from the dash cam was as clear as the moon on that dark Mojave night. Rondo had been parked on the side of the road, which was never a safe place to be in Mojave. She saw her face, Cassette, her partner, her friend, a simple little fool walking into the darkness, flashlight in hand, gently looking around. Her voice carried on the desert winds. Are you here, miss? It's okay. I got your text. You're safe now. Come out to... The things. Lumps of shadow in the darkness drawing themselves to life. Crawling towards the one source of light that existed, eschewing it as they did with all light. I got your text, Leona thought as she grabbed the phone that came with the thumb drive and read through Cassette's last words. A frantic text exchange with the woman who was being beaten by her husband, seeking safety of the cassette service. As soon as Leona looked back at the screen, she was greeted with the sight of cassette covered in chunks of darkness. She was screaming, howling, not in pain, but of laughter. Mad, riotous laughter. Leona sat transfixed as she stared at the tablet. Staring at Cosette's sweet little face, grinning like a madman and babbling incessantly as those chunks of darkness swarmed all over her. Leona, a bounty huntress of many a year who had seen the worst dregs of humanity had to offer, vomited into Amanda's recycling can between shakes. I had an idea for a revelation, but I think it would actually be something that's better saved for chapter 2. Because I don't want to drop, like I have the habit of that, dumping all the good stuff. Because I think this would fit into the 2-act structure, the 3-act structure. Because there's the inciting incident, part 1, of her getting the car. And then plot point number 1 of her finding the to find out what happened. The door to Amanda's apartment opened, the roadkill apparently having heard Leona being sick. She then patted the hulking bounty huntress's back. Mossberg, however, was disturbed by a different sound, a sound that they, as searching much of the rotten Havre, knew all too well. The sound of someone being driven mad with forbidden knowledge. Loud, violent gunshots, more like cannon fire, rang out from the tavern. Leona forced herself to look back again as Mossberg made themselves scarce. On the screen, Amanda, in her Hawaiian shirt and track pants, had fired off the very Desert Eagle the current Amanda was grabbing from her bedside gun safe. 2 or 3 loud, powerful shots drove the things back into the darkness, although it was most likely coming of the sunrise that scattered them. Cosette was already dead by the time Amanda had placed the call, and a woman who looked identical to Amanda but with red eyes and wearing a crisp white on red suit emerged and crouched down next to what was left of Cosette. "They tried to eat her," Jan Ruby stated. "Somehow they've attained a taste for flesh." Actually, I think I do. I do know a way. I think I do. I don't think Mossberg's gonna leave just yet. Yeah, Mossberg did not make. Mossberg followed Amanda yet. Yep. So. No, I won't. I won't mention Tekin just yet. Cassette was already dead by the time Amanda had placed the call on the woman who looked identical to Amanda, but with red eyes and wearing a crisp white on red suit, emerged and crouched down next to what was left of Cosette. They tried to eat her, Sandra restated. Somehow they've attained a taste for flesh. Could just be relegated to this region, but if this taste is widespread. Yeah, surprisingly composed, Amanda replied. Now the military is gone. Leona thought she'd come to terms with Cosette's death, but seeing the way she went out, poor little fool on a fool's errand, to save someone's life. I should have been there, she thought, gently wrapping her arms. As Amanda gently wrapped her arms around the hunting bounty huntress. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, Amanda whispered. Leona, as did all people who had to brush with the things out there, was unable to process all this information. Amanda gently informed her she could take all the time she needed. Yeah, I think we're starting to wrap up. We're starting to wind down. I'm getting to the major plot point that I wanted to. This would be the... If finding the car and getting the car, getting her shit back was the inciting incident, this would be plot point number one. Because we need actual plot point. Want to make sure I got this quote right. Oh yeah, that's the quote. That's the quote. There we go. Leon, as all people do who had to brush with the things out there, wasn't able to process all this information. Amanda gently informed her she could take all the time she needed. Mossberg, on the other hand, quickly tapped on Cosette's phone. The number of the abuse victim seemed familiar to her, as was some of the phrasing on the unknown party's part. Using her work phone, Mossberg stepped outside, leaning against the railing as they called this victim and lit up another cigarette. She wanted whoever it was to know it was her calling. It guaranteed they picked up. The voice on the other end cemented Mossberg's concerns. Get a hold of this number now, please. I have connection. They bluffed. And just thought I'd give you a heads up. Leona's back in town. Thanks. The voice replied, suddenly hanging up. She tossed her phone aside, letting it clatter on her desk next to her bolo tie and her share of spatch. That's the thing about Roach Mate, the justice thought to herself. Sometimes it takes time to work. Mossberg took a long drag, staring out into the blazing desert sun. They didn't know what was to come of all this. Nobody did. Even the rot couldn't always predict its infection. But they knew it would be violent. A reckoning, to be sure. More blood soaks the soil, feeding the evil therein. 2 darkest dungeon quotes in one story. Hot shit. There you fucking go. Ooh, I think it's getting wrong. I will reread it though. I always like to reread it at the end, not just for you, for anyone who missed the stream, who just wants to get caught up on the story, but also for myself to make sure everything's coherent. So I'll BRB for a couple minutes. And I'm back. As I like to do every day or every time I do writing, I want to read the whole thing back and not just for anyone who's missed the stream or wants to catch up on the story, but for myself too, to make sure there's cohesion. It's actually kind of perfect. I'll like have lunch, take a nap, and then me and Leona will hang out, play Dome Keeper. It'll be fucking great. It'll be fucking great. Have a great day. Then I have to go to work tomorrow, and everything will be fun. There we go. As Sheriff Mithro, the justice in name only, flicked her police sirens on just long enough to warrant a bit of paperwork before memory holding everything back at the station. That blistering sun started to tear apart and further the decomposition of one Amanda Splatts. As the police car disappeared down one of those non-Euclidean roads, a stocky wall of muscle stormed out of the smallest church in the Havre, assessing the situation carefully as it kept her alive in the past. It was unmistakable. The red and black wood-paneled town and country. It was her car. Technically it belonged to the late Cassette Possesco, but she wasn't going to need it, taken as she was by the Eldritch Sands. And the two of them shared everything, from the abandoning outfits to civil contracts with the military, which had all fizzled out when the government pulled out of the autonomous region months ago. The hulking bounty huntress was no longer on retainer, so it was time to go back into business for herself. Leona sighed, reaching out for a chain wallet and pulling out a well-worn Polaroid of herself and a young, frail woman with the gentle smile of a simple fool. She sighed, pocketing the memory again as she cautiously made her way to the old car, gripping her serrated hunting knife. Well, Cassette, she thought to herself. At least I found Rondo. It was several years ago that when Leona Perdido-Armstrong, fiery young woman built like a brick shithouse, stormed out of the old courthouse. There was no new courthouse. Don't bother looking for one. Belching out a stream of curses. The young clerk at the front desk, a mousy young girl hidden behind Coke-bottle glasses and a foolish smile, tried her best to calm the woman down. The smile was disarming, and since they wouldn't let her carry anything more lethal than chewing gum, the smile was all she had. No, you don't fucking get it, Leona screamed, dressed to the nines in a wide-open suit with baby blue shirt, straight out of Miami Vice. Ever since the fucking military took over, it's getting harder and harder to get contracts these days. How am I supposed to leave if you cut me off, huh? You gonna pay my bills? Following out the ball of Latina Fury was a slender young woman in an orange creamsicle vest, the type of man whose aura usually did all the talking. Whoever this Leona was, she must have been important if the district attorney was following her out. I'm not going to keep paying you for bringing us damaged goods. J. Mustard Margaret's comment replied, the gaze unwavering. These people are innocent until proven guilty. Leona replied by angrily slamming her fist down on the receptionist's desk. Listened loud beep for the mouse of cassette. The noise, pure as it was, actually gave the raging Leona pause and forced her to manually take the temperature down a bit with a little heavy breathing. Your conviction rate is like, what, 99%, Miss District Attorney? It's MX District Attorney, and it's 99.2%. Leona's anger flared up again. Mossberg tended to do that to people. Yeah, see how pissy you get when someone shortchanges you? I'm saying when the court sends me to grab someone, I'm putting my life on the fucking line. And now what? The military's been in the background here ever since the war with those things. And now they start clamping down. I'm the one on the... A loud clicky noise cut through the air in the courthouse, forcing all parties involved, the terrified cassette included, to turn their attention to a sickly, dead-eyed woman with raccoon-like bags under her eyes and a black cowboy hat. The woman, sheriff is designated by the badge on that yellow snakeskin vest of hers, had her service revolver cocked and pointed directly at Leona's face. The dead eyes on the other side of that gun belied her intent. Leona, instinctively, put her hands behind her head. I'm unarmed, fuck ass! I don't care. Sheriff Methero flatly replied. MX Mossberg calmly walked down between the sheriff and Leona with all the confidence of one who knew that getting their head blown off wasn't even going to leave a scratch on them. That'll be necessary, Sheriff Leona. I was just leaving. Well, technical term is barred, but we'll revisit that when the money starts coming in again. Dismiss, Miss Perdido-Armstrong, with the court's blessing. Mossberg, turning heel and making their way back to their office, left Leona to storm out of the old courthouse. Her rage simmering back down to a dull, roiling anger. The justice kept her service revolver trained on Leona's face for a few uncomfortable seconds longer than she should have, before going back inside, tending to her own business. This left the mousy cassette to scamper out to Leona, this hulking woman who both terrified and enthralled her. Cassette Possesco, a young clerk of the court, had watched Leona for months now, hiding behind those Coke bottle glasses as she saw the hulking bounty hunters haul in the most dangerous of criminals, hearing her bellow out the most fascinating stories around the water cooler. Of course, she didn't need to be around the water cooler at the time. Leona's voice carried through most of the old courthouse, bragging about how the doors and/or bones she had to break to haul the latest sports schlep in. She was as passionate about justice as she was about life in general. In the end, that's what really drew the clerk to her. Cosette, carefully following Leona out, handed the hulking woman a ham sandwich with an apologetic smile. Leona cautiously took the sandwich, inspecting it for pickles, before cramming the entire thing in her mouth. She didn't know Cosette well herself, but in a place like Old Courthouse, where corruption festered, mostly coming from the sheriff and her apparent aversion to work, she respected the busy little bee hovering around, making sure the trains ran on time, so to speak. You know, she calmly spoke up, the military's not all bad. I mean, I'm sure they could use someone as big and strong as you to help them clean up the county. Cosette blushed a bit, almost immediately wishing she could rephrase that. Leona didn't seem to notice. Yeah, how the fuck am I supposed to get my foot in the door? It's not like I know any of these fucking jarheads. I was stationed in the southeast Baton Rouge. Who would I even talk to? Cosette, as she always did when the answer was a pressing question around the cold hat. Cosette, as she always did when she was an answer to the pressing question around the old courthouse, perked up with a warm smile. My husband, she chirped with a smile, one that had Leona arching her eyebrow. So I found the only other straight woman in my Havre, she thought with a smirk. She may have been half right. The rest, as they say, is history. Leona and Cosette became a duo, traveling Mahavre and taking down the worst scum in the county. And they did it in that tacky, rickety red and black wood panel town and country, top down, letting the eldritch winds blow through her fiery red mane. It's when the military pulled out and Leona lost yet another retainership that they amicably parted ways as Leona went back to Louisiana to press on old contacts for work, and Cosette returned to the courthouse. It was news of Cosette's death that brought Leona back to Mahavre. Finally finding the car again would hopefully bring some answers. The smallest church in Mahavre, though it once was larger, sheltered the 6'6", pale, bony, self-styled bitch as she laid in one of the padded pews. Though she usually wore those Hawaiian shirts she'd gotten in bulk these days to stave off the desert heat, today she was supposed to be serving jury duty, so she pulled her old Mahavre chic suit out of the mothballs. Whoever laid her down was smart enough to get the suit off of her, leaving her with the yellow button-up and a hard plastic igloo cooler. The disparate pieces drawn back together, those marks on the side of the road congealed back together. Mahavre wasn't taking Amanda. Yet. Amanda sat up with a shock, those disparate souls slamming against one roadkill walking corpse and forcing her to sit up. Then immediately lie back down again when she found it would give her spine much more relief. Her bony hand immediately went to her pockets, finding her wallet and her phone still on her. Her memory slowly come back to her as those things were kept at bay. She didn't know where she was or when it was, as she pulled out her phone, checking the date and time. She had only spent a few hours on the razor's edge between here and the lurking darkness. This became more pertinent as she opened the igloo, seeing the bottles of water were covered in a fresh sheen of barely melted ice. Someone had saved her. Someone had just saved her. Outside the church, a sweating Leona rifled through the keys attached to her chain wallet, and Doug went into the appropriate slot in the sliding of those garishly tacky wood panels of the town and country. The panel slid open, and Leona approved with a loud, "Jackpot, motherfucker!" rooting around and pulling on a standard issue block. Although Amanda's ridiculously powerful Desert Eagle was at home in her gun safe, she was unknowingly armed to the teeth. Of course, having sat in the car as long as it was, she'd have to get it clean before she could put her faith in it. So it joined the pile of guns, brass knuckles, and knives accumulating in the backseat. The real answer, however, came when she hopped into the driver's side, reaching the glove compartment, then reaching just a bit deeper, pulling out what looked like a small burner phone on a thumb drive. Leona closed her eyes, praying to whatever god that church was built to worship that the information was intact. Things like remote cameras in Mojave weren't always the most reliable, as there were a lot of dead zones, particularly those strange white obelisks Amanda had found. So having a dashboard camera connected to physical media was a must. Now I finally get to know what happened to Leona. Cosette, Leona thought, just as Amanda walked out the church. "Fuck are you doing to my car?" Amanda screamed, sliding on her Alucard glasses as she cautiously stormed over, reaching for the Desert Eagle in the small of her bag that she knew wasn't there, purely out of instinct. This drew up Leona, who was actually armed, as she pocketed the phone on the thumb drive. Leona, who was in fact packing heat, stared confidently at Amanda. The roadkill one was literally a foot taller than Leona, but probably way less than she did, to a pair of stark contrasts. "Fuck said this was your car, fuck ass!" Leona shot back, staring at the androgynous roadkill. "How'd you get your hands on my rondo, anyway?" Any fire Amanda may have had that wasn't already being consumed by the desert heat started to dissipate. So this woman, car. "I was walking home from visiting a sick family member." Amanda fudged a bit, figured this was neither the time nor the place to explain the existence of sand moving. And this car was abandoned on the side of the road. There was the... Amanda's sun-baked brain slowly started to put two and two together. She stopped herself from using the word body. There was a woman lying on the side of the road next to it. Leona reached for her chain wallet, locking the wooden panel shut once again as she pulled out Cosette's well-worn picture. "This woman?" Amanda nodded, so this woman knew the woman with the car. "Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss." Her family was so relieved that they could give her a proper burial that they just gave me the car. I had a dwarven friend of mine give the engine a once-over, it's running fine. "My name's Amanda Splatts." "Leona," the hulking bronze woman barked back. "That woman was my partner, Cosette." "That's strange. Her family didn't mention her." Leona sighed, crossing powerful arms and hanging her head. "No surprise. They blame me for getting Cosette into bounty hunting in the first place." "A bounty hunter?" Amanda replied. "Well, I've been looking for a bounty hunter. Need to keep that crocodilian out of second and third so he doesn't submerge." There, the silence hung in the air for a beat too long. "Not a Darkest Dungeon fan?" Amanda tentatively asked. Another silent beat. "Yeah, well, technically the car was in Cosette's name, so legally it's yours." "Legally. But I'm gonna insist on taking my shit back as a tax for saving you from boiling the fucking death out there. I need to get back in business so you can get some shit setting up shop in Old Town for a while. See if I can get Cosette's office back." Amanda nodded. "Old Town? I got some business in Old Town. I work for Desert Salt LLC. I'll be staying there for a while, and they want me to..." "What the fuck is that shit in my fucking car?" Amanda suddenly crashed out, noticing the guns, brass knuckles, and knives sitting in the backseat. "It's not your Leona started, stopping herself as she realized that, yes, this was her fucking car. "Take it, man, take it. I don't want that shit. I got one Desert Eagle. I'm fine with that." Leona smirked, sizing Amanda up a tall drink of water that she was. "Desert Eagle, huh? You ever actually fired it, pendejo? Something that powerful would break your foot." Amanda rolled up her suit sleeve, revealing the bandages around her wrist and forearm. Alright, Cameron. But the big thing is the thumb drive. Car's got a couple of cameras in it. I need to know what happened to her. Even though Amanda, the one who found Cassette's body, wore those round sunglasses, Leona caught her wincing. Follow me home, Amanda replied. I need to patch myself up. You can watch the video there. It's the least I can do. Leona nodded, gathering up her contraband and hiding it on the false floor of the trunk of their Jeep as the two simultaneously pulled out their phones, pulling up the Mojave Go app. With Radio Free Mojave no longer in service, the county government had to put together their own way for citizens to find their path. The roads in Mojave were non-Euclidean due to the war against the Eldritch Rot that affected every last grain of sand, and the location of landmarks shuffled from time to time. Now the government had an app where a small, dedicated group of cartographers scanned the landscape every time that Mojave shuffled the deck to reveal what the landscape looked like now. With this, Amanda was able to lead Leona back to the home, to the Motel California. Shit, man, you got a pool? Leona asked as soon as the two had parked, pointing out the small concrete pool from an otherwise decrepit motel. Tenants only, Amanda replied with the practiced cadence of someone who was asked that every time someone found her motel had a pool. You got any vacancies? I'm kind of living out of my Jeep right now. And in reply, Amanda would have had died in her throat as soon as she saw the figure perched outside of room 21, cigarette in hand and bent over the railing, letting the burning ash fall a few stories. Decked out in orange and black, the black piece of the cream color what they once were. So you know them? A soft, gentle voice came out from the patio pool area. Good. They said it's a member of your job. Amanda turned her attention to the pool, the young, fit woman lounging on the steps in a camo bikini, her face completely hidden in shadow. Juliet Romero, the former government glowy, had apparently stuck around once the military had pulled out. Symbolic of the rot infecting her, she was on the front lines of the war against those things. Even if you looked directly at her face in the middle of the noonday sun, you could not see a thing. Hey, Jules, Amanda stated. Tenants only. I know, she calmly replied. After the military pulled out and needed to find more, I heard this place needed a new head of security. There have been some incidents, am I right? Amanda shuddered. Obviously, Juliet had been filled in on the slurs being spray painted on several tenants' doors and the tires being slashed in the parking lot. Leona, however, arched her brow confused and looking at Juliet cautiously. Damn, fuckface, I didn't know you had tits. A cluster of cursors all tried to escape Amanda's mouth at once congealed into a loud, "The fuck?" Juliet just replied with an icy chuckle. I was playing the role the government needed. They wanted a non-threatening femboy to cater to the mostly lesbian market here. I was whomever I needed to be in order to get my voice heard. Also, please die. Leona gave Juliet the finger, hastily turning to follow Amanda's embarrassed roadkill had bolted for her apartment. Hey, you don't get it, cabron, Leona explained. Fuckface over there was one of my liaisons back when I was a rotator for the feds. We know each other. I just didn't know he was a she. And why do you call her fuckface? Amanda asked. Because, Leona said with all the slow cadence of someone who was explaining something to a 5-year-old. Her face is fucked up. Amanda hung her head, almost forgetting the former district attorney of Mojave County was parked right outside her doorstep. Mossberg's eyebrow curled up, noticing Leona, but business came first. Mossberg, why are you here? Amanda asked with annoyance. You shouldn't answer your texts and calls from work on your day off, Mossberg replied. We're legally obligated to give you time off for jury duty. I'm assuming you didn't get picked, so I need to talk to you about your assignment in the hotel. Fucking hell! Amanda barked out, opening her apartment door for Leona. I try to keep my fucking work life and... There's a tablet by the bed. You can plug and drive it. My fucking work life and home life separate. I tell you, I'm the best fucking mental management person you have when I'm on the clock, but Leona herself slammed Amanda's apartment door shut, being confronted with the sight of a spacious bedroom with 2 workstations and a monstrously large mattress. My mattress is fucking huge. That took up most of the studio apartment of the motel room, and the smell of fresh laundry coming from a plug on the wall outlet. She vaguely noticed the micro mini fridge and Neo Geo mini sitting on one of the workstations as she picked up the tablet and plugged in the thumb drive with the camera feed. Months ago. The night of. A view from the dash cam was clear as the moon on that dark Mojave night. Rondo had been parked on the side of the road, which is never a safe place to be in Mojave. She saw her face. Cosette, her partner, her friend. A simple little fool walking into the darkness, flashlight in hand, gently looking around. Her voice carried on the desert winds. Are you here, miss? It's okay. I got your text. You're safe now. Come out to the things. Lumps of shadow in the darkness drawing themselves to life. Crawling towards the one sort of life, the one source of light that existed. Eschewing it as they did with all light. I got your text? Leona thought as she grabbed the phone that came with the thumb drive and read through Cosette's last words. A frantic text exchanged with the woman was being beaten by her husband, and seeking safety with Cosette's service. As soon as Leona looked back up to the screen, she was greeted with the sight of Cosette covered in chunks of darkness. She was screaming, howling, not in pain but in laughter. Mad, riotous laughter. Leona sat transfixed as she stared at the tablet, staring at Cosette's sweet little face, grinning like a madman and babbling incessantly as those chunks of darkness swarmed all over her. Leona, a bounty huntress of many a year who had seen the worst strikes humanity had to offer, vomited into Amanda's recycling can between shakes. A door to the Amanda's apartment opened, the roadkill apparently having heard Leona being sick. She gently patted the hulking bounty huntress's back. Mossberg, however, was all disturbed by a different sound, a sound they, as the source of much of the rotten Havre, knew all too well. The sound of someone being driven mad with forbidden knowledge. Loud, violent gunshots, more like cannon fire, rang out from the tablet. Leona forced herself to look back as Mossberg followed Amanda in. On the screen, Amanda, in her Hawaiian shirt and track pants, had fired off the very Desert Eagle the current Amanda was grabbing from her bedside gun safe. 2 or 3 loud, powerful shots drove the things back into the darkness, although it was most likely the coming of the sunrise that scattered them. Cosette was already dead by this time. Amanda had placed the call, and a woman who looked identical to Amanda but with red eyes wearing a crisp white on red suit emerged and crouched down next to what was left of Cosette. They tried to eat her, Sandra stated. Somehow they've attained a taste for life. Could just be relegated to this region, but this taste is widespread. Yeah, surprisingly, Kamel's Amanda replied. Now the military's gone. Leona thought she'd come to terms with Cosette's death. But seeing the way she went out, poor little fool on a fool's errand to save someone's life. I should have been there, she thought, as Amanda gently wrapped her arms around the hulking bounty huntress. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, Amanda whispered. Leona, as did all people who had a brush with the things out there, was unable to process all this information. Amanda gently informed her she could take all the time she needed. Mossberg, on the other hand, quickly tapped on Cosette's phone, the number of the abuse victim seeming familiar to her, as was some of the phrasing on the unknown party's part. Using her work phone, Mossberg stepped outside, leaning against the railing as they called up the victim and lit another cigarette. They wanted to, whatever it was to know, it was them calling. It was them calling. It guaranteed they picked up. The voice on the other end cemented Mossberg's concerns. Aren't you my number, Malgraves? I have connections. They bluffed. Just thought I'd give you a heads up. Leona's in town. Thanks. The voice replied, suddenly hanging up. He tossed aside the phone, letting it clatter on her desk next to her bolo tie and sheriff's badge. That's the thing about Roach Bay. The justice thought to herself. Sometimes it takes time to. Mossberg took a long drag, staring out into the blazing sun. They didn't know what was coming to all this. Nobody did. Even the rot could not predict its infection. But they knew it would be violent. A reckoning, to be sure. More blood soaks the soil, feeding the evil therein. I think that came out pretty good for part one of a 3-act play. I think that came out pretty good because you got the inciting incident, which is Leona with the car, finding her car, got the exposition, and you've got the catalyst, the plot point, which is her finding out that Cosette was taken by the darkness. I think it's a good start. And we got a lot of background on who Leona is as well. The bounty hunting, her and Cosette, her attitude. She's familiar with the military. She's familiar with a lot of the cast that Amanda's already familiar with. And, you know, the big revelation at the end of part one that it was Mithril who was leading Cosette to her death. I think that came out really good. It's always good. I was so fucking scared of streaming this morning. I was worried, like, I didn't have it. Like, I had almost nothing planned. But then I just let the story go where it did, and hell yeah, love it. And I always love the creative writing, man. I do love these creative writing streams. I know it's kind of self-indulgent, but I do fucking love them, man. So we'll do this next month. Again, I don't know what my schedule is going to look like next month. Or even in 2 weeks. I will discuss that more on the wrap-up show Friday. However, worst comes to worst, Sundays may have to be my regular day from now on. Sundays, doing creative writing and wrestling and stuff. We may have to make Sundays my regular day. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I won't know more. Hopefully I'll know more by the wrap-up show. Hopefully I'll know more by Friday. But there you go. That's Act 1 of this 3-act story. For anyone who's reading, needs to scroll up at the top of the chat history. And you'll get bios for the characters in this chapter. And a couple of other more pertinent story chapters. With the history of Mahavre. So Jinx, thank you for stopping by. Plantira, thank you for stopping by. All my lurkers, VOD watchers, second screen saints. 4 p.m. hanging out with Karma Malone. We're playing Dome Keeper. We're keeping a dome. I am your faithful Amanda Splatts. And this is the Amanda Splatts podcast. Yeah, have a good day.